Hey, hi everyone. Good morning and welcome to our live show. Hope everyone is doing great, guys. Ron, Cube Gift, Mark, Naveen, welcome. Thanks for joining. So, yeah, guys, another bearish start to the session. Nasdaq down 0.8, ES down 0.4, Russell down 0.3, Dow Jones down 0.2. So, there are like little bit strength in the sector today. We saw financials, healthcare doing well. Dow has an important component of financial and healthcare in its top 10. So that's why Dow is down less, Russell also okay, but Nasdaq is the one which is the weakest of all. So yeah, we basically were short, guys, for all our gains. We were mostly short throughout the session, in the morning, pre-market, at the open. We still feel that there is a new low we could make. ES is bit stronger. That the only problem is ES is creating a little bit of bounce each time. If ES can give up, then Nasdaq is ready to flush. ES trying to lead the market on the upside. ES is really strong, guys. ES, Dow Jones, Russell are strong. Nasdaq is not so strong. So, who will follow who? Will those guys join Nasdaq towards the downside, or Nasdaq is eventually going to join all three on the upside? So be careful, guys. This market is capable of popping up, because as I mentioned, right, there are strength in some of the sectors which are leading the ES and Dow Jones higher. ES is creating the trouble. ES is creating troubles. Lot of strength in ES. Why is ES strong? Yeah, because of ES, Nasdaq may pop into the VWAP first. Unless ES rejects, then we have no problem of adding more. Let's see what ES does. If ES rejects, then we are coming down. You guys are able to hear me, right, guys? You can hear me. You can see my screen. We are live, right? Sometimes I could be, live or, talking without going live. Just confirm. Okay. Thanks. Loud and clear. Okay. Okay. ES eventually gave up the ghost. Hopefully should not be a problem now to achieve our destination. Oh, ES got another pump. Okay. We are continuing to slowly come down.
So heads up, White House AI's Sachs speaking at AI Tech Forum in DC. Senior report said Saudi Minister of Defense discussed defense relations with the French Minister of the Armed Forces.
Yeah, waiting for ES to show some weakness or rejection. ES is holding this market with its sector strength, financials, consumer staples, everything hitting new session highs. ES really strong, Dow Jones really strong because of that, financials and healthcare. Yeah, I think it
Microsoft
is.
CEO says the biggest obstacle to expanding AI is persuading people to change the way they work.
Yeah, it might squeeze first into the VWAP area and then dump. Fucking ES is always the problem, right? Has nothing of its own, like just problem creator. ES always disappoints. Fucking like just could have stayed down. Nasdaq could have again flushed lower. ES wants to rally as if like it is going to hold the marketplace up. No, right now it is okay. If it gets a rejection, then yes. With a rejection, close the candle red. We can add more. Unbelievable. Like shorting is so painful, guys. It is such a drama. Fucking like they have to do this drama before it can flush. Could not close the candle red. It is right now interested in stop losses. Yeah, it is first going to go up. How do we get this short?
Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy says that we forced the container ship Saline to turn back because it did not have a permit to pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
Sure, manipulation at its best. It was a manipulation, of course. Suck in some longs. And then do a rug pull on them. Do the rug pull now. Do it. Like it is going to come. They are doing all sort of dramas they can. Yes, really, made little bit delay today for this to happen. More easier, right? In the first 1 hour, we got some really good shot. As the first 1 hour is gone, now you can see, right? Algos totally overtake, the volume drops. It makes it really, difficult, and they play a lot of tricks before eventually it will
Also
happen.
from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy, they say any ship passing through the Strait of Hormuz requires full coordination with the Iranian maritime sovereignty.
Anyway, staying patient here. We know, like we see this drama every day. This is how it works. So no problem here. Right sized, right patience. And welcome, guys. Welcome to Fade Me. Welcome to Take Opposite Side. We'll congratulate you if you win. Go do the opposite trade. Yeah, shorting is so much of drama. You can see, right? Look at that stop loss hitter candle. They will do everything possible in their, you know, jurisdiction to make sure that retail cannot be part of that short. This is the problem of shorting, and as there's some news, guys. There's some news going on which is causing algos to do this. Anyway.
Just keep an eye on the dollar index, just seeing a little bit of movement towards the downside. No headlines to back of the move.
Okay, no headlines?
There's nothing at the moment so far. Of course, if there is anything, we'll relay that to you as soon as we can.
Okay, please bring it. Okay, what was the reason for that pop? Cannot stomach this volatility, RDGD. I know it is not healthy what they are doing. Very, very rough price action. That's why, guys, for
S&P 500 index briefly erases losses, turn positive.
Yeah, that was just the headlines. This is still coming down. They cannot let retail get the short like that. That is the problem. FJ, bring up the news. There is no news. So no headlines, just algorithmic move. There is a famous meme of Leonardo DiCaprio. What the fuck is going on here? you have seen that meme? When it is not real, and you have to still believe it is real. What the fuck is going on here? Why this fake move? The Yasin, right? Yes. I think it's from that move has generated so many memes. Wall Street, Wolf of Wall Street. It is exactly same. What the fuck is going on here? Why this drama? Nasdaq is getting stronger. That is not a good sign. Nasdaq, get below that masters level we have. So Nasdaq closing candle above masters is not good, guys. We need to be below that masters. Let's take a stop here because Nasdaq starting to get stronger now. So maybe we'll have to leave with that QQQ midpoint. We'll see. We are yet to close a candle. We're still in that zone. If we get below 300, still got it. There's the 300.
S&P 500 flat, Nasdaq down 0.4%, and Dow up 0.1%. So S&P 500 and Nasdaq pairing declines, and Dow turning positive.
I told you, right? Go watch that meme. What the fuck is going on
Gulf
here?
states
Maybe I'll
weigh
show you that
military
meme.
options to counter Iran's escalation.
Yeah. Just need a trigger, linchpin, right? Give me the news.
Just keep an eye on
Strait
the
of
Deadcat. I did
Hormuz.
see a little move towards the upside on the back of that. The S&P 500, a little bit of a downside movement, dollar, a little bit of movement towards the upside again. Gulf states weigh military options to counter Iran's escalation. Further into this, then, Iran's biggest Gulf Arab neighbors, are considering joining the US-Israeli war against Iran, and could be pushed to if Tehran attacks their critical infrastructure, according to several people familiar with the knowledge of the matter. Gulf's most powerful states, Saudi Arabia and the UAE in particular, are losing patience with Iranian strikes that have already hit ports, energy facilities and airports, is what these people said. But they would only join the war if Tehran makes good on its threats to attack vital Gulf power and water infrastructure. A high threshold is what the people added. The US sell $85 billion of 4-week bills on March 26th to settle March 31st.
Yeah, and now how do you like our masters level, guys? In this volatility also, you can see, right? War going on, trade war going on, this, that. The levels are absolutely insane. Your masters, new paradigm, weekly level, and experts as your, pause point in between. So yeah, above 300 again gets bullish, below 300 we still come down. Take advantage of the volatility, take advantage of this swings.
Washington initiated outreach with Iran, but nothing reached the level of negotiations.
Hobos, yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, we are doing really good with our levels, analysis, live trading, pre-market show, market open. I know it's. I'm happy. It's helping you. So yeah, guys, give me closing candles below 300, and we got this. We already had two big flush. 300 is the key here.
Again, from CNN said the Iranian source said that there has been US outreach and Tehran is willing to listen. So, a reminder, last night there was a reporter from CNN who cited 5 sources, said that several nations are working to mediate a deal between the US and Iran. Reminder, that was news from last night.
So maybe we should stay neutral now as it is holding VWAP. So yeah, let's see. Let's stay neutral if we get green here. Ideally, you know, right? Without midpoint, I don't think we are going up. It is going to come down for our midpoint. But right now it is holding the VWAP, and moment it is above 300, it can rally. So if it flushes from here, it is no problem. But if it pops up, let's step aside, let it go, and then maybe later.
Senator Banks urges Lutnick to reconsider Nvidia export licenses.
So let's take a stop for now, as it is closing candle above 300. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I have any losing. We gave some profit back, but I don't think I have any losing account. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, no losing today. Yeah, that's why I have stopped selling myself more. I have tried to educate and show everyone, like every market movement, every pop, every drop is because of our levels. And if you just spend more time with those levels, understand how they work, apply caution with right size, cut the loss. Like here, our clear plan is above 300, we take a stop. Below 300, yeah, close candle, and I can get short again, right? Closing candle, few candles below 300. It's very simple, but yeah, I failed to educate and advertise my strategy, and that's why I have stopped advertising. I don't think I plan to show levels anymore. I'm not showing much this year, my levels. Last year I used to show a lot, but it's very difficult to hold people, grab their attention. Look, this works exactly as per our levels. They don't get it. So there's no demand for my content or my levels. But few people who get it, they know, like they cannot live without these levels now. It is hard to imagine, guys, coming to trade to market without those levels. Like why? Like just moving averages? Sure. No, it's not basically. Basically, it's not that simple. We check the correlations. There's a certain checklist of things we follow. We have levels in all the markets, SPY, QQQ. Sometimes order flow can change because of SPY, QQQ. So there are checklist of things we do. We check the market structure. We do the due diligence.
ConocoPhillips CEO says that they're asking US administration to protect Qatar assets.
And levels are not just like 4 hour, 2 hour, weekly, daily, monthly level. They are like strategic level based on options market, where market has placed the bets, which strike price in the corresponding cash market has the volume, where there is a big magnet, and why futures market will correspond to those levels. There is lot. It's much deeper. Based on the options market, we calculate the levels in the futures market.
US administration, what the US administration
like here, above 300, you can see, right? It's all long.
In the Middle East.
Above 300, go long.
Microsoft to rent Texas data center dropped by Oracle and OpenAI. So Microsoft and Nvidia announced AI collaboration on nuclear energy.
Already missed one exit. There was a small pop above it to grab some stop losses. Let's see if we can push one more time. No, there was a midpoint in QQQ. You did not front run. We saw that. The reason we bounced here because there was a QQQ exact midpoint. The reason we came back down here because just below QQQ midpoint there was a QQQ masters level. So that's why you have to become new paradigm member. So even this was, we knew why it is bouncing. It was exact QQQ midpoint. So again here back below 300 I can get short again. We briefly topped, I missed taking exit. At least I should have exited 2 contract above this high. Before the time, by the time I could place, it's already back down. Below 300 we can go short again, but again above 300, yeah, I don't mind adding more contracts to take out and make a new high now.
So Microsoft and Nvidia are to make tools for nuclear permitting and design.
Coming back to retest 300 area. Any reason for long? Our master's level, I'm trading everything as per our strategy. So we have a level here. We are below that level. The shorts were working below that level. We all shorted. Now we are crossing that level. So we are starting to go long. ES was only strong candidate. Now Nasdaq is also turning strong. We are seeing ASML in the tech making new session high. Walmart, Tesla, Apple, Nvidia all in green now. So tech starting to get stronger. Until now, only ES or the sectors were strong. Financials, healthcare, Dow Jones, those were strength. Now the tech is also getting stronger.
S&P's choosing says in the short term we see that inflation will rise somewhat. Shooting also has that over the medium term, this will ease. S&P's tuned in says we underlined last week that our readiness to intervene in FX market is higher. According to the Wall Street Journal, Iran worries that talks might be a trap. So officials in Tehran concerned Trump's postponement of strikes on energy infrastructure could be an attempt to damp oil prices before resuming. So it's just a post from the Wall Street Journal just making its rounds again.
So retesting 300, we know 300 is important. It was always going to come back for 300, so it did come back for 300. 300 showing some sign of good reaction. So let's stay long above 300 unless some again breaking news come. I cannot control the breaking news, but as long as we are above 300, this still goes up into 400 area. You're out, Robert? Then you're leaving money on the table. You're not greedy like me. You know I am really greedy, right? When it comes to not taking the profit, I'm very greedy. I want the full profit. No half measures.
Seeing reports that Iran imposes a $2 million fee on every ship passing through the Strait of Hormuz, according to sources.
RDGD is literally never not in a trade. I mean, we have levels. We work so hard. At least
Nasdaq
17
100
levels.
index pairing declines to 0.2%. S&P 500 is up 0.1%.
At any given point, if you see, right, we have 4 levels on top, 4 levels below for Monday. So total 8 levels, 4 masters, so 12, 5 new paradigm, 17 levels on Monday, and it keeps growing. 16, like 17 goes to 16, 16 goes to like 17 plus 16 next day, 16 goes to 15, 15 goes to 14, 14 goes to 13 by Friday, but add 17 plus 16 plus 15 plus 14 plus 13. By Friday you have, like, on any given chart, 17 plus 16 plus 15 plus 14 plus 13. So by Friday you have 75 levels for a week. How can you not be in a trade? There is a level to trade each and every setup. You're leaving money on the table. Yeah, I might lose. I mean, if there is someone watching me in the bad faith, they can use this opportunity to troll. But then we feel sorry for you guys who are there to troll. Go have a life. Follow someone whom you relate with. There is enough problem in this world these days. So anyway, we know here, right? The idea is above 300 I am long. So if you are anywhere above 300, I don't mind scaling in, scaling out. Like here, I already exited twice, re-entered twice, adding more, removing more. But yeah, if you break 300, I can lose this trade, no doubt. Yeah, but yeah, that's maximum I can give for the trolls. I don't have time to entertain you. Tuesday's midpoint rejection in the you're really into Qs today. Yeah, Qs is little bit ahead of Nasdaq today. That's what created the bounce and the rejection, right? You are seeing T midpoint rejection. I see T midpoint yet to come in the Nasdaq. So Q is little bit ahead. Nasdaq obviously used for hedging for what happens in the Q is little behind right now. Yeah, I have videos created. There are total 9 videos to explain the strategy, how to use stop losses, how to enter the trade, how to use those levels. It's all explained. There are around 8 or 9 videos created for each category. Thanks, Psycho. So check out homepage. On the homepage, you should see all the educational videos. I think that is the activity you should go through. I also share the formula on how I calculate my weekly and the daily levels. For the masters and new paradigm, they are proprietary. I don't share formula or the process how I do them. But obviously you get the updated masters and new paradigm level every evening. So watch all those educational videos on the home page. You'll see educational videos for members, experts, masters. Go through all of them. You'll get the full crux of the strategy, and then join the pre-market show 8:30 a.m. all the way till 9:30, and then 9:30 to 10:30 open with
One
me.
of the Lebanese security sources says interception was carried out by a foreign navy vessel. So two Lebanese security sources say Iranian missile was intercepted over Lebanese airspace for the first time. One of the Lebanese security sources say the interception was carried out by a foreign navy vessel.
So yeah, we have one reason why the market can come down and break 300, but until that happens, I would like to stay long. There's one reason, as Graham mentioned in the chat, we have our QQQ midpoint already rejecting. QQQ is actually leading all the market price action today. All the order flow is driven more by QQQ than Nasdaq today. Remember, QQQ as we speak has done 24 million contract in the cash. I'm not even going into the options world. QQQ cash has done 24 million contracts. Nasdaq futures has done only 317k. So you can imagine, right, why QQQ and SPY are also important in the market. They do drive the order flow. They do. Right now it has rejected. It's still maintaining the structure. It's not breaking the structure. If you open 2 minutes chart, you'll see QQQ is still in the uptrend, but the rejection is coming from an important level we have in Q, and it is capable of sending us back down one more time. So in one account or 10, this is micros. I changed my computer, so the watermark is not appearing. So I'll try to get the watermark indicator. It's not by default indicator. I have to upload it. I changed my computer to the old computer. That's why you're not seeing the watermark here. Yes, 10 account in a 150k account. 10 micros in 150k account. So it is not a big deal to trade 1 E-mini or 10 micros for a 150k account. To be honest, I don't mind trading up to 2 E-minis or 20 micros for a 150k account. But given the state of the market, like right now the VIX is high, volatility is high. VIX right now as we speak is at still 25.
CEO Diamond says the US needs to look at its own shortcomings in respect to China.
So yeah, if VIX drops below 20, I don't mind going up to 2 E-minis, and when VIX is about 20, I prefer 10, 12, 15 micros is enough. Yeah, sure. I'm sure if I show it to my wife, she will approve of that picture. So let me use that picture just for the fun. See if it, and it comes close, right? It comes close to how I look. Especially if I get a makeup man, I will look like that. So let me try to use it as a thumbnail for a few days, just for fun. We are trading at our best right now these days. The P&L is there, the live entries, exits are there, the explanation is there. Like someone just started to troll me, right? They are quiet now. See? See, I'm telling you, right? If you are watching in the good faith, you are going to love it. If you are out there with the intention of trolling, with the intention of, fucking let this guy lose one trade and I'll jump on him. Guys, there are many out there, you can find such on the internet. We'll sponsor the makeup man. You're already sponsoring the levels and all, guys. No need to sponsor more. It's just the identity, right? I don't want to reveal the identity. Oh, it's full of hate, guys. The problem is internet is just full of hate. Once they see you, how you look, how you what is your nationality, what is your accent. There is a hate against communities, there is a hate against genders, there is a hate against ethnicities on the internet. Maybe not all, but there are subset. I'm not saying in general or wider audience, but there is always that 10-15% population who is just out there to hate. I don't have time for it, right? I'm a trader. Judge me on my trading skills, judge me on my input or output I show on the screens. Yeah, people hate best people and good celebrities. Yeah, exactly. Even if you are good, there will be haters, always haters out there, right? And I don't want that. I have seen, because people on the internet or YouTube, their lifespan or whatever, their journey on the YouTube gets restricted, because at some point people starts identifying them, approach them in their local communities or whatever, like cities or home place, towns, neighborhoods. Yeah, I don't want that kind of attention, especially with my 2 daughters, family. I'm anyway little bit conservative. Like, I'm not like very, what you say? I'm not very social person. So it's okay. So yeah, we are out on couple of contracts. It's still
According to State
trying
Department
to break
official,
that high.
the
Not
Trump
successful
administration
yet.
is still assessing methods to resuming testing of US nuclear weapons.
Extrovert, yeah. Introvert, yeah. I'm very introvert.
Says State Department official Denano. Denano adds that no discussions held on resuming atmospheric nuclear tests.
Yeah, for those reasons, I try to keep my identity private. So are we coming back to retest 300? We'll see, guys. As long as we are above 300, we keep holding this. I again recycle those 2 micros which I exited at the highs, re-added them.
According to Fox, 82nd Airborne Division commander ordered to deploy to the Middle East.
Oh, top of the hour, right? Makes sense why we are coming down again for 300 for top of the hour retest.
It's further from this Fox News reporter. They say that they've been deployed to the Middle East as Pentagon and the White House weigh whether to send the 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East for possible land operations.
You got to inform me a little bit earlier, Vijay. So yeah, we're losing 300. I'm okay to take a stop.
Amazon says AWS Bahrain region disrupted by ongoing conflict.
So we are at 300 for top of the hour. I think it's levels. Again, master's level bounce, guys. At least it prevented that big flush. We can still come down for top of the hour. We can flush all the longs and their stop losses. It can happen. So again, my confidence was as long as we are above 300, it is capable of going up. Moment we are below 300, this long is in the risk.
According to France's INSEE, French inflation is to reach 2.2% in June, French GDP to increase 0.2% in the first quarter and second quarter, French inflation to accelerate to 2% next month. Seeing the Canadian dollar extending decline, touching a 2-month low against the US dollar. So you can see, right, starting to lose 300 area. So I'm okay to get stopped out.
below 300. I can give 5 more points wiggle room for 280. You regain 300. I mean, we can size up more if we want, but yeah, 300 is the line in the sand for me. A little bit of wiggle room is fine. Nasdaq is volatile, requires more wiggle room, but yeah, now it is starting to look bearish to me. As long as we are below 300, it's a short. Above 300, it's a long. Are we regaining 300? Yeah, if we regain 300, I can add more to this trade. Hmm, 300 is the key. Yeah, it is still in that neighborhood. 285, 15 point. Puts one candle, regains 300. Below 300, obviously, waiting for the stop loss to get hit now. Yeah, so we'll give back $1,000 on this trade, which is fine. Okay, so there's the stop and $1,000 less on profit. So yeah, below 300, chances of going down is more. Back in a minute. We are regaining 300. Are we regaining 300? Okay, there is a scalping opportunity into 300. I am going to take that. A scalp, quick scalp into 300. Maybe with 2 contracts. Where is my bracket? Okay, there's the scalp. Okay. So if we regain 300, I can be back in the trade. We're trying to regain 300. Again a scalp. A 20 pointer this time. It's a breakout. Breakouts are risky. 300 break. We go for 320. Or we can, yeah, we can take few out, half size here at 310, 39, and then one more at 320. And if we are consistently above 300, 320, then more longs.
Seeing the US saying US Nimitz and destroy US Gridley to deploy to Southcom area.
Once again rejecting 300. So I took a long into 300, right? That was successful. Now 300 break into 320 again. 300 rejecting, breakout failed. It gets back to 300. I think we should take a break even for now. I should be able to get 300. We should be able to get 300 one more time. There's the push. There's the push into 300.
So from the US Southern Command says the ships will conduct passing exercises and operations at sea with Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and the Latin American nations.
So let's try to exit, because whatever the breakout failed on the first attempt. Now we have a new high here, right? So we'll try to take exit here at 300 if we can for this current breakout long, and let it break out into a new high and then go long again. Breakouts again are very risky. Breakouts, especially when you have moved down, can take 3, 4, 5 iteration before they are ready to break into new highs. So are we ready to break 300? Can we continue in the same trade? So 300 is the key, guys. Your moment above 300. Like I added one more lot to see if we can exit few here at 300. You see right how rapidly it is coming back to 300. So out 300 we got few exit, not fully. 5 micros, only 3 got exited. They cannot find what happened, guys. My internet got stuck. It's feeling, it's a huge order. 2 micros, you can't fill 2 micros. You cannot fill 2 micros. I think but the PNL is moving, guys. So what's the deal? What's the deal with those 2 micros? So is there an echo, guys? Are you getting an echo? I'm seeing some issues here. Desktop audio. No echo, right? Okay. It's 320 now. My price is stuck. It is moving. The PNL is moving. If you can see, right? The PNL is moving. Candles are not updating, right? I think it's my computer. The old computer is too slow for this stuff. So I can reduce the pressure on this computer by closing few applications. I knew this could be a problem. Okay, reducing the RAM usage. One more RAM usage can be reduced here.
Turkish Energy Minister says there are no issues with natural gas flow from Iran to Turkey, as Turkish media reports.
Okay, hope this helps. The price, you can see that the dollar value is moving. I have anyway take profit set. Stop loss is set, so I'm not worried.
So it's seeing here from Al Arabiya, they say the shipping data show that crude oil exports from the port of Yanbu in the western Saudi Arabia rose to nearly 4 million barrels per day last week, sharp increase from export levels before the outbreak of the Iran war.
Disconnect and connect. Maybe that's what I need to do. Yeah, my computer is gone for a nap. Cannot move anything, cannot disconnect. How do I get my computer back? No, the Ninja is completely frozen. GPU is 58% usage. Memory is fine, CPU is also fine usage. It's the graphics card which right click and reload data. reload historical data, that is what I get option. Okay, let's try reloading the data, maybe that helps. But yeah, force restart. Then you will lose the stream. You'll have to keep waiting while I drop, restart my computer and come back. I can do that. You will not lose. You'll just be seeing the rotating circle on the YouTube channel. Yeah, I don't know. I did that reload historical data, but is it a good suggestion, Venki? Like when computer is already hogging up all the resources, you do historical data reload. There is a reason it got stuck. There is a memory shortage or something.
Turkish Energy Minister, when asked about natural gas flow from Iran, says storage facilities are 71% full.
Yeah, Ninja Trader, right? I think, but Ninja Trader, yeah, I'll have to use the task manager to kill. So anyway, I have take profit and stop loss already in place. The thing is, I will not be able to trail now because of this. So I'll have to try to kill this Ninja Trader instance. So let's try that before we restart. But now there is a loading of historical data in progress. I don't think that was a good thing to do. Let's try to kill the Ninja Trader first, and then if needed, I'll restart the computer. And you will have to wait. Yeah, I was able to kill the Ninja. That was fast. So bear with me, guys. Okay, yeah, you guys are still able to hear me, right? I'm restarting my Ninja. Okay, good. At least the YouTube live stream is on. Okay, Ninja Trader reconnected. The chart is loading. I'm using my old computer, guys, so a little bit change in my setup. I see I'm about to get filled, but let me raise the profit target. Just in time, guys. My profit target was about to hit for those remaining 5 micros. I just raised the profit target more higher. And for you guys, let me see. Yeah, this is good. Okay, let's see. This is back. How about Ninja screen? Okay, there you go. We are back. Okay, so yeah, out on few contracts. We had 15 micros, 10 out, 5 still remains. We can trail it if we want. Let me see. And then close some of these older windows so that we have less pressure. And then this one, 4000 take. Stays. So in this kind of situation, I think just using task manager to kill Ninja Trader and restarting Ninja Trader is the right thing to do. Yeah, historical data, I think, is when the candles are like, you want to see, I don't know, like, the data, like there is a, let's say, there is a hole here, right? So all of a sudden, like you're missing few candles, right? You have price action because future is always continuous, right? And all of a sudden you're missing few candles. there's a blackout and then candle resume here. You want to see the missing candles, then you reload the historical data. So what are we doing here? How are we managing? We will trail, will not lose on this trade now. We already have a winner. We will it can come back to 300, that's the thing. So for now let's sit below 300. Let's see if it stays above 300. We have more higher prices. We know the next number, it is in 400 and change.
Kuwait Petroleum CEO says if the war were to end today, we could bring back production back relatively
So we can
quickly,
scale out slowly.
but it would take 3 to 4 months to reach full production.
And we will take profit on the 5 contracts also. Last time we let the profit go away, right? And from being up 2,300, we went down 1,300, right? $1,000 drawdown. So this time around, we'll take profit. We'll not lose on this trade at all. Last trade also, we have to give wiggle room, guys. Else you will not get big winners. But I think again, top of the hour coincided. Starting to range. No wonder it's lunchtime, right? Yeah, lunchtime we'll have to trail tight and take profit. This is still ranging, so any pop here we have to continue to take profit, because this again falls back in the range. Yeah, it's ranging. At least we could exit one contract here at the top. Ranging and using 300 as the base. No, 24,300 not broken, right? The price is right now at 313, but it is dancing above it. Mostly it is above that area right now.
Canada pushes shipping more gas to the US for Gulf Coast LNG exports.
Okay, bear with me guys, we are fixing few things. Okay. Okay, I see. Where is my alt? Okay. So bear with me guys, I'll fix the screen. I know the screen visibility is not complete right now. Let me fix it. Okay, so now let's fix this part. Okay, and okay, all good. Yeah, looks good to me. P&L can be a little bit cut here. Sorry guys, I have a little bit of OCD. Everyone does. Okay, this is cool. This goes here. Time. You have to, Pawan. You keep fixing things even though they look good. You still keep fixing it until you are satisfied. Now it looks good in my mind, in my brain. For others, it didn't make any difference. Still the same. That's called OCD. We like your OCD with your levels. Yeah, they work very accurately. That's why, last year I said, right, even though we were there with our members, experts, masters level, no, it's still not perfect. It still like has holes. There are still, trades which we miss. There is still some unknowns where market, cuts through those levels. What is that something? I didn't give up. So I had to create that new paradigm group, but now it is at least in my mind, in my brain, it is complete. That's why I said, right, there's no more changes happening in the strategy now. We didn't change. In fact, we kept adding more to it, more tools, more in our arsenal. So going to retest 300 from below now. That's what is going on with this market.
Fed bids for 2-year notes total $7.1 billion.
So again regaining 300. Are we going long again? Yeah, why not? Above 300 we are long. It's a breakout. Breakouts are risky, but as long as we are crossing 300 line, We have go signal. I'm thinking of adding one more lot of 5 micros. Take one out at the new high here if possible and hold second one. Still missing my brackets. Got to fix that. Let's have a stop here below 80. So it is choppy, ranging. Breakouts, that's why they are risky, right? You miss the hit, you miss the breakout, they rotate all the way back to the bottom end of the range. Other problem is the lunch hour. Here the volume is not that great to get the breakout successfully done.
Tim's timing the US with the 2-year note auction. The US looking to sell $69 billion in 2-year notes. Prior high yield of 3.455%, prior bid cover of 2.63. So looking at some research then, JP Morgan strategists say, given the sharp increase in yields on an outright basis, a supportive fundamental backdrop and improved relative value optics from increased repo specialness in the current issue, they see the auction as likely to be digested smoothly. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 1.5 million 2-year note futures, a record amount and a possible source of demand in the auction. Also heads up at the top of the hour, we're also expecting comments from S&P's President Schlegel.
So hugging 300 tightly, not ready to let it go. In either direction, not that it is ready to go on the downside. It quickly regains 300, sometimes above it, sometimes below it. Let's see if we can catch a break here.
If is going to get the 2-year note auction, prior high yield of 3.455%, prior bid cover of 2.63.
Stopped out. Okay, so 300 again, rejection from 300, so it is fine as long as it is as per our strategy. Breakouts are risky at this time of the day. Lunch hour breakout, they are not going to happen. Yeah, but yeah, rotation back into 300 each time. Use 300 as the target instead, like here, going like just for the demonstration purpose, 1 micro. Take a long into 300 versus
intraday high near $93 a barrel.
This is easier trade to execute, right? Taking a long into a 300, or if it is about taking a short into 300, is much easier to execute. Instead, like, let's 300 break and go higher 340, 350. That's a difficult trade to execute. You can see, right? This could have been much easier trade with those 10 micros. Instead, I do it with 1 micro. But yeah, as I mentioned, right, this kind of, see, if some losses happens, like trying to take a breakout, I don't beat myself up. Like, is it a failed strategy? No. I mean, 300, we are risking a breakout in a downtrending structure during the lunch hour. Not going to happen. It's okay. I must have seen something to punch that long to see if the breakout is happening. But yeah, if I stick purely to the levels, look at that, rotating right back into 300. So we'll take some profit. 20 pointer, 25 pointer, not bad. Because one of those instances is going to make a break, hopefully, if it is going upside. Anyway, took some profit there, gave some profit back, $600. Okay.
ARM is to sell its own chips for the first time in a bid for AI revenue. $1 minute ago now together when issued for the 2-year note auction. Ten seconds. Three spot 918%, 3.918% for the 2-year when issued.
$55 has no consistency rule. It's good. What size is the account? 50K or 150K? Just waiting on the rest of the 2-year note auction data now. Okay, 25K account. Okay, small one.
Three spot 936%, 3.936% with the US selling $69 billion of 2-year notes and awarding 20.78% of bids at high. Bid to cover 2.44. Primary dealers take 24.12% of bids, direct 16.5%, and indirect 59.38%. So it's a tail of 1.8 basis points. Yield on 2-year US Treasury notes rises after auction, last at 3.913%. Google Quantum AI is expanding quantum computing research. Google Quantum AI is to include neutral atom quantum computing. According to the Wall Street Journal here, the US is to order 3,000 8-second airborne soldiers to the Middle East. So the US plans to deploy a brigade combat team to support Iran operations. So written order to deploy units are expected in the coming hours, according to Wall Street Journal. Just keeping on the S&P 500, seeing some movement towards the downside here. Dixie seeing a bit of movement towards the upside. Off of the back of the Wall Street Journal headline that the US is to order 3,000 82nd airborne soldiers to the Middle East. Further detailed decision to put boots on the ground in Iran has not been made yet.
So then why are they announcing? Okay, for 220 retest. That was a 220 retest.
Keeping on Treasury 2 to 5 year yields rising now 10 basis points on the day. We have put out the article on the feed for you to read through again. The US is to order 3,000 82nd Airborne soldiers in the Middle East. S&P's chairman Schlegel says S&P's readiness to intervene on FX market is elevated.
Looks like now the midpoint will come in play, but there could be intermediary bounce before the midpoint comes into play. But we are losing our level again. Watching spike here. Yeah, it's headed into the midpoint. So yeah, a bit difficult here.
Seeing some further movement towards the downside in the S&P 500,
You can see right there more
towards the upside
stop
on
losses.
the Dixie. Again, off of the back of the Wall Street Journal piece that the US is to order 3,000 82nd Airborne soldiers to the Middle East. And oil now extending gains to hit fresh intraday highs, again off the back of the Wall Street Journal. Emerging FX pairs gain as oil hits fresh high for the session. So again, emerging currencies pair gains as oil hits fresh high for the session.
Oil at $88.50. Yeah, looks like our midpoints could come into play, guys. Be careful on the longs. There's more downside in this market opening up now, especially Nasdaq. The morning shot we were looking for might execute now.
According to Axios reporters, they say that a US official told them the command element of 82nd Airborne Division has been directed by the Pentagon to deploy to the Middle East together with an infantry brigade consisting of several thousand troops. Again, the Axios report adds that this is another significant troops reinforcement in the region ahead of a possible ground operation in Iran.
It's time to go get my lunch. This is coming into 24,100 area. But obviously, the moment I try to short, there will be steep bounce, which is what I was trying to get. There will be a small steep bounce and then come down maybe. That's why I'm just not jumping into the short yet. Look at that, like every time it is just stopping me out and then it is bouncing. It's so frustrating. It is bouncing, we are getting green candles, but once you are stopped out, then yes. Yeah, I think I am feeling a little bit tilted here. These small greens are like frustrating and I try to catch them and I lose more. Better I take a lunch break here.
Australian dollar falls 1% against the US dollar. Meta says they're partnering with ARM to develop a new class of CPUs to support data centers and large-scale AI deployments.
Ended up holding for masters again, 156. Crazy. Yeah, I'm not happy with how I'm executing this.
So just give a bit of color then from what we've heard from yesterday. You had the New York Times yesterday said the Pentagon officials weighed deployment of air troops to Iran. Then today you had a reporter from Fox, so the US 82nd Airborne Division commander ordered to deploy to the Middle East. And the latest one from the Wall Street Journal saying the US is to order 3,000 82nd Airborne soldiers to the Middle East.
A lot of selling pressure here, guys. 156 and then 101.
S&P's chairman Schlegel says conflict in the Middle East can increase the appreciation pressure on the franc.
Yeah, it is right now obviously under pressure, using all those moving averages to keep it down. But yeah, if at all we have a break, there could be a strong push. But I doubt. We have a level below. I think it's headed into 100. 24,100 is the right target. The only problem is if we short, we are going to get ripping, rip your face off kind of a rally, and then it is going to come down. Okay. Try to get 200 tag.
Heads up at the bottom of the hour, Trump is to participate in the swearing-in ceremony for Mullins. The video is on the feed. According to the Financial Times, the Iran war sends US borrowing costs soaring the most since 2024. We'll get the article out of the feed for you shortly.
Remember, this is just a small Deadcat bounce we are playing for. It's still coming down. And right now, you can say it hardly getting a break even here. Forget the Deadcat bounce. There is no cat alive here. It can get alive, right? It's just matter of one candle. You get a one strong green candle and this can easily push into 220. 24,220 can happen.
Articles and feed from the Financial Times. To further detail into this, then, investors are rushing out of US debt as war in Iran ignites worries about a fresh burst of inflation, sending nations' borrowing costs surging by the most this month in a year and a half. The 2-year Treasury yield, which is particularly sensitive to Fed rate expectations, has soared half a percentage point so far this month to 3.9%, while the 10-year yield, key benchmark for borrowing costs worldwide, has jumped 0.44 percentage points to 4.38%. Both increases are the biggest since October 2024. S&P's Chairman Schlegel says interest differentials to abroad make investments in Switzerland less attractive and dampens the attractiveness of the franc. Seeing a piece here from the Times that the Royal Navy in the UK is to lead coalition efforts to reopen Strait of Hormuz.
I'm hungry, man. I just need to close this trade so that I can eat food.
So let's get into some wider notation here about the US's troop movements. US is expected to send thousands of additional US soldiers to the Middle East, according to two people familiar with the matter.
Markets give the flush. The suckers, they are pumping negative news. They especially when the market comes near the session low, they start pumping negative news so that they can get that liquidity grab. Just give them that flush. Okay, guys, let me go bring my food. I'll be back in 2 minutes. This is getting crazy here in the bottoming process. They try so hard, 100 times, same shit news. Yeah, this news is there since last 2.5 weeks, guys. 2,000, 3,000 troops being deployed. Fucking they every time when the market comes into the session lows, Fox News, Wall Street Journal, Axios is the new fucking like manipulator now. Every time it comes near the session low, they start this 3,000 troops being deployed. Yeah, they are fucking doing big war. Obviously, they will need to deploy some troops at some point. Everyone knows that. A, they are like war obsessed, and B, then they freak out. And I'm missing this pump. I tried so hard, right, to get this.
Kuwait Electricity Ministry says it completed maintenance of 4 power transmission lines that were out of service due to damage caused by falling debris from interceptions.
Okay, let me bring my food, guys. I'm very hungry right now. 2 minutes.
As a reminder, we're still waiting for Trump to participate in Mullen's swearing-in ceremony. The video is on the feed for you to watch. It's also, if there's too many things that start to come through, it's on the left-hand side of the economic calendar. Just click on the bit where it says Trump swearing in DHS Secretary. SME's chairman Schlegel says policy interest rate is the main tool, but there are situations where FX interventions are more suitable.
So I'm back with my food, and so is the market, right? I told you, right, there is a small Deadcat bounce. Don't think like it is going to go all the way back up. I wanted to capture fully this Deadcat bounce, and now this is coming right back down into our masters first, and then midpoint 24,101 is the target.
Schlegel adds that negative rates have worked in the past, but they had negative side effects. Schlegel says we're prepared to introduce negative rates, but the hurdle to lower rates into negative area is higher. Schlegel adds rate differential is an important driver of the exchange rate. US stocks extend declines. S&P 500 now down 0.42%, and Nasdaq falling 0.98%, and Dow down 0.2%.
What happened? Is there a news or something again? Just to grab the liquidity. They just went up to grab some liquidity. So this is the problem of afternoon, and mornings you don't get this kind of whatever foul place. In afternoon there is a lot. Yeah, stop losses, they just ran through the stop loss, and now let's see, we're back to where we were in that trade, right? That's why I immediately jump back when it is just out there to weak you out. I always jump back in such trades.
According to Al Jazeera, speaking to White House spokesperson in response to a question from them, Trump and his team are exploring the possibility of reaching a diplomatic solution.
Now they want. Oh my goodness, these guys are like so manipulators in the news. Whenever they want certain move, they pump that kind of a news. Very generic statement, right? Yeah, diplomatic. Yeah, that's what Trump tweeted yesterday, right? It's out there in the public domain for 2 days.
According to Axios, US and Iran may hold high-level talks as soon as Thursday.
Yeah, you see, Axios is back. So Axios is the new,
Seeing downside movement on the dollar and a little bit downside on the dollar, a little bit movement towards the upside on the S&P 500.
Axios knows everything these days. Just reacting to headlines, guys. Nothing. 5 minutes ago there were troops on ground. 5 minutes after there is a negotiation as soon as Thursday. It's all drama. Anyway.
Again, as I said, did see some downside movement on the dollar index, just a little bit there, a little bit towards the upside on the S&P 500, and some downside movement on WTI. That's Axios citing two sources with the knowledge of potential US-Iran talks.
Yeah, not a great, very manipulated price action.
So from the Axios report, says the US gave a 15-point plan to Israel. While the document aligns with Israel's positions, Israel is highly skeptical that Iran will agree to Trump's full demands, according to Israeli officials. Israeli military says it attacked explosives manufacturing plant in Iran as part of a wave of attacks on Isfahan. We have put out the article on the feed for you to read through as well from Axios. Again, US and Iran may hold high-level discussions as soon as Thursday. Also from the article says US claims Iran had agreed to many of its planned points. Also did see US oil falling from intraday highs to trade near $91.50 a barrel.
Yeah, afternoon sessions are really tough. This is also coinciding with top of the hour. Everything is going on, guys. Negative news right at the bottom. Once the liquidity grab is done, reverse the news, top of the hour. All madness continues. Stop this madness, new crap. Yeah, they are doing everything right. All the good news, bad news. What to trust? I don't know, guys. How to go long in this market? I don't know. This is all manipulated. Again, my computer will require a restart, I think. Again stuck. Computer is not capable of handling this volatility and the live stream. Old computer. Let me restart Ninja. Sorry guys, I don't know, I was giving it a try since yesterday to use my old computer. It frees up so much of space in my new computer to do many other things. Throughout the day I sit here, I block all my resources for the stream. I thought if I can shift my stream to the old computer, I'll have some more flexibility to better utilize my processing power.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Hezbollah's missile arsenal sharply degraded. Wall Street Journal citing Israel military.
Okay, now flatten what? Yeah, things trying to get little bullish. I'm sure it is going to fail again.
Heads up, the video started of Trump speaking at the swearing-in ceremony.
Even I took a drawdown in my profitable account. It is what it is. They are manipulating all this news. the thing is, like, Trump and all, they're busy, right? They're busy with their events. They're using tactically all this news. This all news are already there in the public domain, like, the discussion or wanting to have those discussion are already progressing since yesterday or day before. Troops on the ground also is being discussed, is happening since last 2 weeks almost. There will be process, right? Approval process. These Axios, Wall Street journals and all, they tactfully use this news when to release it as a breaking news, especially towards when the market is under the sell pressure. They release different kind of a news. When they don't want that low to be broken, they release positive news only to get their position in and out, or maybe they get guidance, not that they are directly trading, but they have some connections which ask them to push that negative news button at what point, breaking news button at what point. I don't know, it feels like the timing of those news are very suspicious.
According to S&P YouGov, UK short-term and long-term inflation expectations increased to 5.4% and 4.5% respectively in March.
Again, trade copier is not working on this trade. I'll have to flatten and re-enter this. Let me flatten and re-enter. The trade copier was not working here. But afternoons are really difficult, guys. They are rough, they are ugly. Avoid trading afternoon sessions as much as possible. Anyway, I'll be back in 2 minutes. So looks like eventually it is going to come down, but the drama they are doing. Sorry guys, I was away. Was there more news? I see in the chat.
Trump says we're having tremendous success in Iran.
Okay.
Again, Trump is
Double
speaking
stop.
live. We do have the video on the feed. Trump just repeating the sentiment that Iran has no leaders left. Trump says we're talking to the right people. They want to make a deal. Again, Trump saying that we are talking to the right people and they want to make a deal. A little bit of weakness in oil off the back of that. So again, that's Trump saying that the people that we're talking to in Iran want to make a deal.
But aren't all the people they want to talk to are already dead? Success in Iran is worth 700 point candle. You cannot trade all these things, guys. It is like at one moment negative and other moment positive, another moment negative. But as far as our members are concerned, guys, check your levels. They are still doing fine. We are still doing level to level, whether it is ES chart, Nasdaq chart. To be honest, if this works, any trade is going to be a lucky trade. Who knows what next news will be, a negative or -1 or +1. Yeah, following the structure, it is still bearish. We still have some levels on the downside we can go for. So my short biasness originated right over here, right below 24,300. It's all short for me. It doesn't matter, you trade the right size, get the right entry. This is already, you can see, right, bearish, whatever, like small head and shoulder forming here. Yeah, a bit difficult price action to trade, guys. You have to time every candle perfectly for that green and the red. Moment you wait for the confirmation, it looks green, you jump, and it rolls over, it becomes red. Like here, it was starting to look good, it was starting to break structure on the upside, and suddenly they did the rug pull. Again, it was looking bearish. We try to jump onto the short, and you get a strong green candle. Until you are stopped out, they will continue to push it. The moment you get bullish for the VWAP, they will do a rug pull. This is frustrating, man. Very painful price action. Yeah, let's take a
Trump
stop.
says we are in negotiations with the Iranians right now.
If you are in the negotiations, then why this red?
As Trump saying Secretary of State Rubio and Vice President Vance, as well as other people, are negotiating with Iran. Trump says we're roaming free over Tehran. Trump says Iran is talking sense. Again, Trump says Iran is talking sense to us.
Calling it a day, good choice. Here, to be honest, it will be a lucky escape, lucky win, unfortunate loss.
Trump says Iran has agreed that they will never have a nuclear weapon.
It is crazy, guys. This is all like same news over and over again. I don't think anyone has problem market going down or selling off, but do it at least.
So NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at around $3.14. WTI crude May futures settling at $92.35 a barrel, which is up $4.22 or 4.79%. Natural gas April futures settling at around $2.94.
Yeah, this price action requires, algorithmic trading, right? 9 EMA, 10 EMA, whatever aggressive EMAs you have, 6 EMA. As soon as it touches, you take profit, flip it, go short, go long. Human hands analysis cannot do all these things. But one thing, as we have seen, has worked is at least our levels, right? If you target our levels as the exit in that direction, it works. Right now it is going for 300 actually. So ideally I should flip this into a long and take 300. I know this could be the last trade before I blow the account. Like we know 300 works, right? Like that is our number, right? So if you are smart enough, quick enough to use those quick hands to enter 9 EMA, 6 EMA, whatever the aggressive moving average as the market does, look at that. Target is going to work. Look at that. It worked. You have to be like literally playing for PNL and tag off those levels. There you go, 300 tagged. Do we short? Yeah, why not? Play bad. Dirty, play dirty. 300 is our number. Take an aggressive shot. Get the VWAP. And if you want to know what is that next aggressive exit, 280 tag, like I can trade like an algo if you want. Look at that. Get the VWAP, get the aggressive 280 exit from 300. Second exit, and here's the final exit. Just made $600 in those two candles. Can I do it entire day? Not possible, guys. We try to trade, making some sense, right? Okay, if in general it is coming down, let's stay patient, let it play out, instead of punching in and out. So levels are never a problem, guys. Levels, they work awesome because
Trump
algos are
says
using the same
have been
levels.
pretty good.
It's just the rotation and the sudden sharp movement in the afternoon session can be really troubling. That is the problem. There's nothing wrong with the $9,987 profit. My goodness, Venki, you're killing it. Request payout, man. Get paid. Get paid. So many times we make a mistake of doing this, doing that. If you have money, take the payout. Take the payout. Forget about all this fancy pro plus. Yeah, it will happen. If you continue to have next.
Trump says lawmakers
day
are getting
good,
fairly
you'll
close to
go
a deal
to
on
pro
a
plus.
shutdown. So they're getting close to a DHS deal.
So get the money in your pocket, get the money in your bank, and then do any other things later. There's no problem. If you continue to trade well, you'll get to that next stage anyways in next few days or next few sessions. If you have opportunity to get paid first. Get the money in your bank, pay yourself. Yeah, take 6.9k payout, I would say. Yeah, no brainer, man. Just pay yourself. It's already, you have suffered a lot.
Trump says now we have a new group of leaders in Iran. Let's see how they turn out.
If you're trading well, you're doing well, you're getting opportunity to get
Trump says
money.
this is a change in the Iranian regime. Trump on Iran says they are going to make a deal. Trump on Iran says they gave us a significant prize worth tremendous amounts of money. He does not clarify what this is, though. Says it was oil and gas related, and it was a very nice thing that they did.
Imagine Iran comes and denies everything.
Seeing some weakness in WTI crude, bit of strength in the S&P 500 as Trump says again that Iran gave us a significant prize worth tremendous amounts of money. It was oil and gas related. And Trump on Iran says the gift was related to the Strait of Hormuz. Trump says we are in about the best bargaining position on Iran. And Trump says we have a great relationship with Saudi Arabia.
Look at the volatility, crazy volatility. It's moving so fast, so many handles.
So Trump there saying that Iran did something good yesterday related to Hormuz. So Trump on Iran says, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. Trump on Iran does say that we've won this war.
Price action is not good, guys. You can see, right, at least one number which has worked really well is 300. As we speak, we are still at 300. That is our master's level. Taking trade into that number is easy. Taking trade number away from that level is very difficult.
So Brent crude future settling at $104.49, which is up $4.55 or 4.55%. Hegseth on Iran says we're keeping our hand on that throttle. So that's Defense Secretary Hegseth now speaking. Reports that Apple aims to modernize Siri with a new look and chat-like abilities. So they're set to unveil new Siri developers at a conference on June 8th. Defense Secretary Hegseth says we negotiate with bombs. The ARM CEO says China could be a very good market for new chips. Trump on shutdown says we'll see about reconciliation. So Trump ends remarks now at the White House.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so continues, drama continues, the flip flop continues. Let's use the flexibility of micros and let's use the advantage of 300 level. As I said, right, we are going to play dirty. If they are doing dirty price action, we have a way to deal with that dirty price action. What a fucking session. Yeah, it is. ICT's SR, nothing working today. No, it's okay. I mean, we acknowledged, at least, it is not going to be easy session. One thing which worked, right, if you had 300 in mind, like if you always played for 300, you will have been fine. Doesn't matter whether you took long or short. If you had 300 in mind, which is our master's level, it would have worked fine. Like this one, right, this trade, I don't care, right? Let's go up to 20. We'll play for 300.
Minority Leader Schumer, says negotiations continue on DHS funding. Financial Times say that non-hostile ships, citing Iran here, saying non-hostile ships can transit the Strait of Hormuz.
$300 guys, play for 300. That was the right thing to do since the early afternoon.
So in this piece from the Financial Times, Iran has circulated a letter to member countries of the International Maritime Organization saying again that non-hostile vessels can transit the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with Iranian authorities. In the letter circulated among IMO members on Tuesday and shared with the FT, Iran's foreign ministry said that Tehran had taken necessary and proportionate measures to prevent the aggressors and their supporters from exploiting the Strait of Hormuz to advance hostile operations against Iran. And we've put the article from the FT on the feed for those interested.
Happy with the outcome. Just be ready to take 1 or 2 tick ahead of our level. Sometimes, right, if their algorithm and you are doing the same level, they will get the first fill. I want to build a new indicator. The name will be Strait of Hormuz. Why did not exit me in all the accounts? This is rubbish. Trade copier. Okay, now we are good.
So Apple are reportedly testing a standalone Siri app, the Ask Siri button for iOS 27. So again, this was covered earlier as Apple did report that they were going to modernize Siri with a new look and chat-like abilities and app. They're set to unveil new developers at the conference on June 8th.
And look there, you are also getting a rejection from 300 back down. So at least, let's try to do the right thing. Let it go away from 300 and try to take a trade into 300. We should have fixed this long ago. But yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't want to become very conservative, like, who come with a fixed plan every day. I want to react based on what market is saying, right? So if market is saying that we are going to, go beyond this, I tried to take that trade. But yeah, this is pathetic. This market is going nowhere. So at least for this afternoon, we should have switched to that 300 or like chop kind of pricing action. Like here, we were like pretty much inclined for the sell-off. It didn't happen. On one instance, it was like 300 was holding well, right? I don't know where was it. It was early afternoon, right? Here, 300 constantly. You can see, right? This is 300 here. Yeah, 24,300. We were holding really well. You can see, right? Many consolidation, rally, bounce, rally, holding that level. Try to rally above it. Eventually break 300, retest, reject. And this is where we were all short bias. But it didn't complete the full-fledged sell-off. And now we're back to 300. Both will work, Pawan. Long or short, both will work around 300. Use 300 as a short, or if it has already flushed 300, take a trade back into that area. Long, a bit difficult. 300 and above long will be very difficult. As I was just showing you, right? 300, we had an opportunity in the early afternoon. This is where we lost it, right? We rallied into 300 here, right? We chopped around. There was a fake news and reversal of that news. I think those whatever, like troops on the ground and troops not on ground. One instance, troops on the ground. Next instance, we are having a deal. Blah blah blah. 300. Here was our best opportunity.
Washington Post reports that a U.S. prosecutor admits that the U.S. lacks evidence in the Fed chair case.
Yeah, this is where it gave up, right? 300 level, break, retest, reject, and selling. And now we are just retesting that area, 300. It's not going to be easy to go past that because their situation was very favorable to break 300. Now I don't know why situation was very favorable, because ES was pumping there. ES was like with healthcare, financials, it was really strong. Dow was looking great
the Washington
at that
Post
time.
is citing a transcript of the court proceedings in the Fed chair case.
How about now? Is Dow not looking that great? I mean, it is okay. But the volume may be missing now. The volume we were getting in the morning, it may not be there anymore.
So looking into this then, a top deputy to the US Attorney, Pirro, acknowledged in a closed door hearing this month that the Justice Department did not have the evidence of wrongdoing in its criminal investigation of the Federal Reserve over the cost of its building renovations, according to a transcript of the proceedings. The prosecutor's admission, which has not been previously reported, undercuts Trump's claim that there is criminality in the $2.5 billion overhaul of the Fed's headquarters overlooking the National Mall. We've posted the full WAPO piece on the feed for those interested.
Do you think it will go to 200, 221? 220.75 is our number below. Can happen. Right now it is showing bullish. So wait for it to be like, I don't know, break some of those moving averages or previous low. It is difficult, guys. It is all algo driven, as I think Preet mentioned. Very low volume here. Right now I think 300 is the right thing to do. Every time take a trade into 300, you'll be fine. But if there is selling which will begin, there is two big red candle trying to push and break this low, then yes, 220 can happen again.
Amazon buys Forno Robotics as they entering the consumer humanoid field.
So still happy playing with 300, 24,300. Lucid is now 50% off. Okay, I'll share the updated promo. I see 40% off, valid through 1st of April. Is there a special account type for which it is 50% off? Yeah, right now it is 40% off. Any valuation? 5 per trader. Yeah, generally Lucid does not do 50% off. So are we taking this trade back into 300 level? Yeah, we can give it a shot. And as it dips more, I might add. So we get the 300 exit.
The IRNA report, Iran saying the US and Israel attacked the vicinity of the Bushehr nuclear facility on Tuesday. The attack caused no technical damage or human casualties.
So you can see, right, we get the news, at least I think Karan noticed that we get the news like couple of seconds later. Like once this red candle already went against us, right? We are playing by default for the moving averages. We know 300 is our pivot there. So this red candle, which is the one which is going to make this trade as a losing trade, came after, right? Couple of seconds after we heard the news why this red candle is there now. So there is always a delay for the retail when we get this news. Even though it's a breaking news, we get little bit of delay. Big money algos, they get that news before us. Yeah, few seconds before us. Yeah, so you can see, right, a winning trade, or we could have played for the normal whatever. Like now they are one. See, this red candle they got because they had a news couple of seconds earlier, and we got this news, right? I punched along for 300. We were good for 300. I mean, it would have worked, guys. Why would it not work, right? It worked so many instances throughout the day, but obviously we went long because it was working, and then they pushed the news. So after that red candle happened, we got the news, and I took a stop loss. I had to take a stop loss. Who knows, right? This could go all the way into the lows also. But the big money, since they had the news early, they were able to push, or maybe they pushed the negative news themselves and ate through the stop losses. Now what happened? What happened to this news now? Iran, the attack caused no technical damage or human casualty. That is the old news. But this news which came, what is the purpose of this news when it is just going to get back to 300 one more time? Like we just took a loss, then we were greedy, right? We traded 16 micros. At some point you have to make money, right? You cannot like my friend ARL. He makes lot of money, right? I don't know if he's there in the chat. I didn't see him today. So he makes lot of money, right, using micro. Then he gets bored, right? Yeah, it's 100, 200, $300. It is not good, right? Let me trade little bigger size. Now I have been winning throughout the day. Let me trade bigger size. And it mostly happens in the afternoon, right? Because you have traded well throughout the morning, collected a small pot using micros, and you somehow decide to take one trade with bigger size, and that's the one which goes against you. Now tell me, guys, isn't you're trading a rigged marketplace? So that's why sometimes I get back into the same trade even if I get wicked out. And that news has no significance. It just it's just artificial. Just push it, push the button, let me grab the liquidity, and then no one cares, right, about Iran, Hormuz. One more time. It is what it is, guys. You cannot build an edge like that. At least you can never trade the size, if you are trading this late afternoon sessions which are manipulation. This generally does not happen during the morning or first few hours, right? This is mostly during the afternoon. This is what goes on in the market. Low volume algos are there. Whoever is participating with the algos, they have no edge. So yeah, I finally put that account to rest in peace. Gifted one account today to this bad afternoon price action. So guys, I won't touch other accounts today. I want to keep those profits safe. It's not a easy price action, guys. It's very tight, range bound and nasty price action. At least for my taste, you can see, right? Mostly we have gone sideways. And sudden, like, change in the direction, especially down to up, up to down, down to up, up to down again.
On X citing the New York Times say that Tehran is in contact with Washington despite official Iranian denials of negotiations.
See here, now that everyone gets bearish, the retail they get bearish, and now Iran is in touch. And as soon as the market will be at the highs, thinking like Iran is cooperating, then Iran will deny that we are not in touch. This is all like, all this news portal and the big money playing games with us. So it just hurt them, right? In spite of all these things, Iran is in touch, the news. So yeah, as I mentioned, right, I could gift one evaluation account. That is the one which I've blown right now. But I cannot gift more accounts here. I mean, we tried, we were trying to understand, but you understand only by participating, you will understand their game. Like if you don't participate, that's why I always have been saying, right, don't trade after like 2:30, it's over, guys, If you cannot make money until 2:30, you are not going to make money after that. You have to be like very lucky, exceptional day, you made money in the late afternoon. And to be honest, I have a checklist of things for my personal account. One of the checklist of thing is, have you traded account after 2:30? The answer should be no. So I don't know if you trust my word, if you trust me as a trader, as a mentor, or as a streamer, whatever, like you like me, take my word, guys. Don't trade after 2:30. Up to 2 p.m. also it is fine. Sometimes there are late moves. 12 to 2 also market moves well. There's still some volume left. But after 2:30, it's all bullshit. And especially if you enter a trade after 3:30, you are a pig. I told you, right? I asked my wife, if you see me trading after 3:30, call me a pig. In English, it doesn't, sound that, what you say, disrespectful. But in Hindi, my friends know, right? Calling a pig in Hindi, it's very disrespectful. She actually called me once. So especially if you enter a trade after 3:30, guys, you have no chance. You have no chance of winning that trade, closing green, if you enter a trade at 3:30. If you are carrying a trade from 2:33, it's okay. I mean, it's not your fault. You waited. But knowing that, it's very difficult to win that trade after 3:30, it's mostly imbalances, mostly big money positioning themselves for the next day, mostly big money positioning to neutralize their delta. There's nothing related to fundamental, there's nothing related to your analysis. It's all manipulation between 3:30 to 4. Then seriously, you are a pig in Hindi. In parenthesis, you are a pig in Hindi. So yeah, some of the things, right, as I mentioned, right, anyway, that account was not that, I intentionally blew. Even if after the 2,000, 3,000 drawdown, it would have got blown. I just gifted it. Tried, just in case. So yeah, guys, there are, not that, it's not beneficial at all. We should develop that negative attitude towards the market. But there are couple of good spot, good timing to be in the market, right? Just before 8 a.m. or around 8 a.m. 8:30 a.m. when the news releases come out, there's no bluffing. You have to trust the news. The algos have to respect the news. They have to respect the big volume from Asia, volume from London, volume from US pre-market is there. Everyone is participating who is serious in the market around 8:30. There is no bluffing there. At the open also, yeah, it can be a little bit tough. If you watch the first 15 minutes of the open, then you got some good sense to take a decision. So there are certain good spot to trade. So if you are really trying to learn the market, trying to build your own style, trying to build your own way of some kind of a checklist, some kind of a thought process, like this is who I am as a trader, this is how I like to trade, this is how I make money. This should be in your window, morning 8 a.m. until like 11 a.m. very prime window, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. and then 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. little bit cautious, right? You size down little bit, instead of trading 10 micros or 4 micros, if it is your right size, between 11 to 2 p.m. you should trade 2 micros. If 4 micros is your right size, if 1 E-mini, 2 E-mini is your right size, between 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. it should be maximum 1 E-mini or few micros between 11 to 2. After 2 p.m. 2:30 p.m. I don't know. You have to be really genius. You have to find someone else. I am not the right person to help you, guide you, mentor you after 2 p.m. But I'm not dumb enough, right? I'm not that dumb, right? At least I'm acknowledging. If I was like, someone who doesn't even know what is going on with them, with their trading, I know I have a very bad win rate. I always acknowledge it, right? I have a very bad win rate. I suck as a trader. I suck as a, whatever, like your streamer, whatever you name me. I'm ready to accept that blame. But after 2 p.m. I got no edge, guys, in the market. Up to 2 p.m. it is fine. And I do get upset. I do, when someone tries to troll me, I respond. If it is especially in the morning, right? If it is
Wall Street Journal report that OpenAI is taking steps to refocus on business functions. So OpenAI is set to discontinue Sora Video Platform's app. Again, that's OpenAI set to discontinue the Sora Video Platform app.
So yeah, guys, learn to understand what is your strength, what is your weakness, where the market is nice, where the market is bullshit. And this I am promising you, it is going to get back to 24,300 one more time. It ate the liquidity with some bad news. Artificially infused bad news. And now it will return back to 24,300, the base. You can argue, right? Then why couldn't we wait it to do that manipulation and then jump? Not everyone is as smart as you. I'm not as smart as you. All the best to you. If you plan to spot the manipulation each time and be the Mr. Smart person, right? To get that, manipulation. Not easy, guys. The problem is, the positioning, the sizing, the account balances, the distance to pass, distance to payout, those are the additional emotional factor added to you, which are not there in algorithms. Anyway, just expressing my point of view. It is anyway, as I mentioned, right? I may not be the best trader. Maybe there are best traders out there for the late afternoon session, especially 2 to 4. I don't know. Feel free to chime in, guys. If you notice, like, this is I don't agree with you, RDGT. This is the place where I am very peaceful with my trading. We'll like to listen to you. Please feel free, guys. If someone wants to claim the trophy, we are ready to present the trophy as a group to you. That this is the guy. He is in the chat now, or she is in the chat, or they, whoever, whatever your pronoun is. They are the best trader of 2 to 4 p.m. window. Anyone wants to claim that unclaimed prize of 2 to 4 p.m. champion? I don't think we have that hero in the chat. I just feel free to chime in, guys. It's okay to sometimes be like, it's okay to be like accepting your flaws or whatever, like strength. I have a flaw. I have a flaw in my trading where I have no edge in the market between 2 to 4. It's not that today I am expressing or today I am feeling little emotional because of one losing account. Even without this one losing account, I always admit I have no edge in the market between 2 to 4 p.m. We have levels. In fact, you see that this rejection is coming from 300, right? Last trade we took was profitable trade into that 300, right? This was our profitable trade into 300 and 300 rejection. So there is no problem of the level. 300 rejection. I think someone asked me, there was one trader who asked me, right? Will 200 happen? I said 200, I'm not sure, but 220 will happen. Can that trader identify themselves, please? Hasn't 220 happened?
Arabia on X. A responsible Saudi source told Al Arabia that the kingdom has previously denied allegations that its leadership prefers to prolong the war.
I think it is one of our member who asked, right, will 200 happen? I said 220 will happen because that is our number. Obviously, they are not new paradigm members, so they don't know. 220 is our new paradigm level. So I answered them 220 will happen, and 220 has happened, guys. You can see, right, the latest bounce is from 220. Yes, we bounced from 220 into 260. That's a 40 pointer, and now you can come and break 220. It is fine. I am new paradigm member. Okay, Sai. So yeah, 224 happened, right? That is the discussion we had at least half hour ago, right? Or more than half hour ago. So 220 has happened, and you also got a bounce, right, from 220 all the way into 260. At least it is a 40 pointer bounce, and once you again come back and break, obviously as a trader you know, right, it rejected like that bounce, it coming back to take out that low and some stop losses now. So not that, you know, levels are bad. The rejection is from 300, which is our master's level. Rejection from 300 brought you all the way into 220, which is our new paradigm level. New paradigm level, if it was useless, then why would it care bouncing 40 point? It did bounce 40 point, but obviously second time around it comes down and breaks that, it is going to break. Now it is a break and retest of that level. I don't have account, I don't have appetite, and I don't have any interest in shorting it now. I was listening to you at that time. I traded that range 300 to 225. So yeah, I think you mentioned that, right? You already took that trade. I think at some point Graham was also there in the chat. He also shorted 300 today. He got that good shot today. So there is never ever the problem of the levels. It's only our behavior, and my behavior and markets, like, you know, movements are bit not in sync between this 2 to 4 p.m. window. The way I think versus the way algo behave. Maybe someone is in tune with the algorithm or with this afternoon session. They are not at all in tune in the morning. It can happen. But yeah, again, guys, open to present the trophy and give the crown. Who is ready to take the throne and take the crown from us? I only plan my trade for the first 2 hours of the day. Rest is only if there is really good setup in the power, or if not, I sit it out. Dan Maestro. I have one losing account today, 25k eval lucid. Preet, one of the most consistent trader in our group, also had one losing account today. Thanks Preet for being so transparent and honest. Okay, so guys, here we are at 220. This is your new reality. This is our new paradigm level, 220. Again, if we lose 220, what is the next stop? 24,156. That is our next master's level on the downside. And if it is there, if the full-fledged sell-off beyond 156, what is the number? You all know the number. It is our midpoint, beloved midpoint 101, 24,101.50.
One minute now until we get the markets on close in balance.
You stayed short for that 156 tag exactly. It never happened, right? I think Graham was the one who spotted that. QQQ did tag mid. That's why I always ask you guys, you have Nasdaq, yes, it's good.
10 seconds.
In general, 85-90% you will be fine. But if you are missing 5-10% of the trade, it is because of SPY and QQQ. Graham spotted that today. Just go and check, Preet. Today's QQQ level, we tag the midpoint.
Markets on close in balance. S&P 500 sell side 60 million, Nasdaq 100 buy side 6 million, Dow 30 buy side 5 million, Mag 7 buy side 173 million.
So Phoenix Trading Lab, which trade copier you are referring? You are using Replicanto in Ninja Trader or Tradewit trade copier? So looks like it is going to be 220 finish, which is our new paradigm level, guys. 24,220.75. We are at 24,220.75.
ARM sees $15 billion in annual sales from their new chip unit within 5 years. So there were reports earlier that ARM Holdings were to put their chips to the market for the first time to benefit from AI revenue.
So Sai Kiran
did also say that sales to China would be a possibility.
4 p.m. we are finishing right at 24,220. You asked, right? I mean, you asked for 24,200. I said, right? 24,220 is our number. The first bounce, sell off from 300, which is our master's level, right? 300 here. Sell off 300 right into 24,220. Bounce from the new paradigm level. Come back, break that level, retest and reject that area, go below and come and finish right at 24,220. 4 p.m. finish right at the new paradigm level, guys. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for your time. Hope you have a nice evening and I'll see you back tomorrow morning. Thanks and bye-bye.